you have earphones? Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. 7/7/2021 zoning board meeting.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Dr. Vink. I'm assuming you can hear me?
I can so much.
Excellent. 7/7/2021 zoning board meeting. I'm assuming you can hear me?
I can so much.
Excellent. 7/7/2021 zoning board meeting. Dr. V, can you hear me from your end? Can you hear me from your end there?
Yes, I can hear you. However, it's not as clear as it was last week, and I'm not sure why.
Okay, let's see, we can adjust a few things here. Just a moment. Dr. Meek, is that any better? Slightly?
That's worse.
Worse. Oh, no. Okay. Dr. V, any improvement there at all or slightly? Somewhat?
That's slightly. It's fine for me as long as the sound on our YouTube for the public is okay.
Okay, very good. Just let us know.
All right, thank you guys so much for joining us this evening. We will go ahead and start the meeting at 6:15 p.m. And Mr. Quintana, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, and can we please have roll call?
Elora Diaz,
Present?
Carmen Trujillo,
Present.
Jessica Bueno,
Here.
Reginald Carrillo,
Here.
Alicia Vink.
Here,
Thank you.
Thank you, and can I please have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
And do I have a second?
Carmen Trujillo, I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, and does not look like we have anything under item B. So we'll move on to agenda item C. Miss, or Dr. Gonzalez, I'll hand it over to you.
Board President Diaz, Superintendent Weeks, members of the governing board, members of our viewing community. I am pleased to welcome Dr. Lloyd to the stage. He's going to be providing our fourth quarter assessment update. This was not only a request of our governing board president, but it's something that we want to be able to provide to you on a regular recurring basis because we know that the data is critically important. And Dr. Lloyd is our coordinator of assessment and achievement.
Accountability.
And accountability. still learning titles.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you, Governing Board. It's great to be with you tonight. President Diaz, Governing Board members, Dr. Weeks, and members of our community. Just going to go start with sharing again our strategic plan goal that we will ensure every student we serve is achieving academic success. This is really important as we look at data to try and find ways that we can continue to support and move towards this goal. And also from our, let's see. Is that better?
This is, can you hear that?
From our curriculum audit recommendations, there are two specific to data and to assessments that we are trying to continue to develop our systems to improve our student achievement results. So I wanted to bring these to the forefront as we begin our conversation tonight. Dr. Gonzalez, was there anything you want to add to that?
I just want to add, this is driving not only the presentation that we're doing for you, but this is truly driving everything that we are working toward in curriculum instruction and assessment to ensure that we are using our data to understand what improvements we need to make, but also what celebrations we have. And that we're using the data from this and our opportunities to present this to share with our community what is happening and what we're doing to improve outcomes for all of our learners in the Phoenix #1 family.
Thank you. And I did want to start off by saying that I am optimistic, after being here for a year and the work that we're doing to develop our systems, specifically that the work that's been done and is continuing to be done to develop our assessments to support teachers in their ability to provide targeted and critical instruction to our students when and how they need it. And I'm also just so grateful to be a part of the team, the Phoenix #1 team, and the many partnerships that we continue to develop between schools, between district and schools, and also with our community. I also wanted to share that this is a very difficult presentation for me. It's difficult after a hard year to present data when you know how hard people have been working and how hard it's been for everyone. And so I hope that we can focus, like Dr. Gonzalez said, on what is hopeful and what we can take in terms of being optimistic, because that is the work that I've seen that continues to help us to move forward and to look up as we strive to continue to rise like the Phoenix that we are. All right, I did want to start with sharing something as well from the state. So the state wanted to make sure that this year, right, as we're looking at data, that we remember the importance of context and comparisons. So they shared this graphic, which kind of shows, right, as we are looking at data at different levels of data, right, what we can or can't say because of that, right? And that as we look at smaller portions of data, as we're looking at specific students, for example, their context is going to vary greatly, right? And the same thing happens with classrooms and even schools. We have schools that are very different from one another. And so making comparisons and also knowing the reliability of the data is going to be impacted the more that we drill down. So that's an important point that I want to make in terms of building the context for our presentation today. And if you'd like this, I have this file that I can share as well. And then I wanted to review some key terms for today. So the first one you see on there refers to exceptional education. And this is a term that's been around but hasn't been used broadly in our school district. But I wanted to share something actually that Director Alicia Zelvis of our student services shared with me about this term specifically and students who receive exceptional education services. She said, all too often, this term SPED is used to identify or define a student outside of a data report category. And our intent is to set the expectation that students receiving special education services are general education students that happen to have exceptional needs. Special education is a service, not a child. I really appreciated that from her. And so with that understanding, I am trying to work on how I present about for students who receive these services, as well as students who receive English language services, in an attempt to be more inclusive and to reduce the terms that may be more deficit-oriented labels. Reliability as well. I already mentioned that, but that is the degree to which we can accurately say something, we've measured something. And then mastery is just simply, we talked last time about proficiency, the ability that we have to do something or to perform a skill. And today you'll hear that in reference to mastery, how high or being able to perform at a high level those skills. And before we get into this data here, I did want to preface what I'm going to share tonight. So I'm going to be sharing the fourth quarter data. So most of this was collected in the spring, in the months of April and May. And the previous quarter, the previous quarter, most of that data was collected in January. So when you see comparisons to the winter, it'll be data from January versus what I'm sharing now, which is from April and May. Things in the fall were mostly collected in beginning of August and early September. I also have some different data sources. In previous presentations, we did Galileo. We actually were told from our Makisa partners that the Galileo data was unreliable and that it and because of that, we decided to use this as an opportunity to pilot some assessments from our curricular resource programs. So we use Benchmark Advance for K through 6, and we use StudySync for grades 7 through 8 for our ELA resource. So we wanted to pilot something that would be integrated and aligned with our resource because it comes from it, and also with what has been taught this year, because we know with it being a difficult year, we just weren't able to teach everything like a normal school year. And so that was the purpose of making this change. And so you'll see some data tonight from Benchmark and from StudySync.
I have a
And
question.
yeah, I was gonna say, as we go throughout, I will make some pauses for questions, but if you have any questions as we're going along, feel free to interrupt. Thank
Great.
you, Dr. Diaz.
Yeah, well, thank you. So this is a pilot. Have you guys decided on which assessments we'll use, or is that a decision that's still being made?
Go ahead, Dr. Gonzalez.
That is a decision that we are working on currently. We need to bring more stakeholders in and look at it, but Dr. Lloyd is providing great resource data for us to be able to check and to make sure that what we have is valid and reliable going forward.
And this this process, is it really examining all of the different assessments to see where we have any duplication or maybe overlap and we can use a better assessment? Okay.
Yes, we are trying to eliminate extraneous opportunities to assess and instead get really honed in on the assessments that are going to give our teachers the most immediate data to change instruction on a dime and to move forward in making good decisions about the ways in which we're providing instruction for our students. But at the same time, is giving us a reliable measure of whether or not our students are prepared for our end of year assessments that are state mandated. As you saw in the reliability matrix, we want to make sure that what we are looking at is allowing us to make good classroom decisions, preparing our students for a statewide accountability system, and that there will be no surprises for students, families, or teachers when we reach those benchmarks.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my focuses is to make sure that our assessment system is aligned and integrated, meaning that we're not trying to assess things that don't align with our curriculum and with our instruction, right? And it's also integrated as much as possible within our resources so that we're not trying to pull things from different places that make it harder to make comparisons with how we're doing with our instruction.
Mhm.
So in terms of interpreting this data, whereas Galileo gave us scale scores and categorized students into proficiency levels, the data that we received from Benchmark Advance and StudySync came to us in raw percentages, the percentage that a student scored out of the total correct. So what we did was similar to what many of our resources do, which is categorize those into categories of proficiency or of mastery, sorry. So you can see the categories there at the bottom. I know it's kind of small, but typically below 33%, you would say they're below mastery or they're at the beginning levels of mastery. And then the approaching would be between 33 to 66%. And then at or above mastery would be a percentage score of above 66%, meaning that they scored higher than 66% out of all the total points that they could get on that assessment. So those are the scales and the categories that I'm presenting and using tonight for Benchmark and for StudySync. And again, in an attempt to align those with our curricular resources, that's why those cutoffs were chosen. So here on this slide,
Dr. Woods.
oh, go ahead.
And I think it's also to add too, is I'm looking at notes too, that what we talked about earlier is that, as you talked about in recommendation 6, but just to expand on that more, is that in our strategic plan, and when we look at our assessments in our audit that we had is, and I'm looking here, found that the assessments in the district are not aligned to Dr. Gonzalez's point, but that's coming straight from our audit. And so it's important for those who are watching and listening to know that as we talk about this, yes, it's to ease the burden. Teachers are dealing with overwhelming assessments. And it's also aligned with our strategic plan, as you talked about, but specifically that it's actually been identified in our audit. I just want to add that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. So here we can see by grade level and then also by school. So on the left-hand side, it's left-hand for you, we see the grade levels, and we can see that for the most part, we have quite a bit of the orange, which is students at below, and then also a good chunk, or actually the majority of our students in that approaching category, and then a small percentage there in the above. Again, these are from grades 2 through 6 for the entire district, except for Shaw. You don't see Shaw in there because they use a different curriculum for the Montessori program. I've also, you can see on the right-hand side is where we have the school breakdown. And within the school breakdown, you'll notice there's a blue box on the right-hand side. That's just highlighting what the district aggregate average was. And we see within this, again, that the majority are in that approaching or that yellow category with fewer, especially in grades 5 and 6, you can see fewer in that green category are those that are at or above that mastery level. Any questions about mastery levels or this slide?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So this is the first time we're looking at Benchmark Advance, right?
Mhm.
So there wasn't ability to show a comparison, a true comparison between this benchmark and last.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and partly because again, Galileo uses a scale score
Mhm.
and uses proficiency levels, whereas these just give the raw percentage.
Right. right.
And they don't calculate points based on difficulty of question. It's just a raw, like, so, you know, out of 35 points,
Yeah.
how many did they score correctly?
Yeah, totally understand. And I'm sure this is something you guys are planning on doing anyway, but once we do decide on the benchmarks we use, definitely would be helpful to see the trends over time.
Right.
But totally understand that that's why.
Yeah, and that is the challenge, right? Because we've adopted a new curriculum and resources. So yeah, we're building that in. And that's the same thing when we look at our iReady data. So we're going to do benchmark, and then we'll get to some data from Move On When Reading, and then iReady, and we'll finish with ASIAM2. And again, we don't have comparisons from previous years for the iReady either. So that is something we'll have next year and going forward. All right, any other questions? I'm going to go to the next slide on.
Hey, Brian, real quick,
Yeah.
have you checked the predictability between Benchmark Advanced and AZM two?
So Benchmark Advance is a different type of assessment. So they don't have any studies on correlations between that yet. But that is something that we could do as a district, is look at correlations between students that are, either a certain mastery level, or look at their percentages and do a correlation with AZM2. Yeah, there isn't anything yet from the vendor with that information.
Okay. And then I see there's a significant drop between grades 2 and 3 and from grades 4 and 5. Did you take a deeper dive into those two areas, grades 2 and 3 and 4 and 5?
So I just looked basically at these percentages to see. I wasn't able to detect overall why there would be those differences necessarily. I do know when we're looking at additional data from Ames Web Plus, that you can see in our younger grades that we're having more issues with reading. And so that's where, looking at those together, yeah, you can see that with our younger grades, we're having some challenges there. Yeah, and as it goes up as well, those reading texts become more challenging. And so if they're having those struggles, those earlier grades, it's going to compound in the later grades. And I do want to say, Dr. Weeks, as well, that one of the reasons why we chose to do this is because it would give us specific information about what the teachers taught up to that point in the year. And so it was on standards. And so it does allow us to do a deeper dive into standards mastery, because it's only looking at some specific standards versus the Galileo, which does the shotgun over 1 to 2 items over as many standards as possible. So it does have a different aim or purpose in terms of what data it can give us.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. So here's a breakdown in terms of groups, and EE stands for exceptional education. And we can see a trend that you will see throughout the data presentation that I do tonight, in terms of students who receive exceptional education and English language services are scoring much lower than other students. You can see the green there for our students who receive English language services, for example, is at 1%. And our students who receive exceptional education is at 6% on the green, and is mostly red, meaning that they're below or still beginning in the beginning stages of mastery. We do see a few groups that are above the average, the district average, which is at the top. Those would be our students that are identified as white, and those who are identified as the two or more races or ethnicities. I don't. Our Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander population is very small. I think it's less than 5 students. So it's hard to make comparisons with, the state doesn't even report those scores. So it's hard to make comparisons with groups that small. But those are some of the trends from our different groups with the Benchmark Advance assessment. And Study Sync, so this was just given to grades 7 through 8. It was a similar type assessment. There was 35 items. One difference I failed to mention, the benchmark actually has a writing component. And that isn't something traditionally that we've actually tested in our district, besides through AZM2. So that is an additional point of data that we get from doing the Benchmark Advance. Study Sync is purely multiple choice and categorization, and does not have any writing component to it. And Within these scores, you can see, again, a similar trend where we have a lot of students in that below category for 7th and 8th grade. And fewer in are at or above category as well. Any questions about the study sync? And I should say our participation rates for study sync and benchmark were a little lower than normal, partly because it was during the end of year and it was a crunch, right? Trying to get everybody to get everything done. Have those numbers for you. So our participation rate on benchmark advance was 83% of students, grades 2 through 6. And then study sync was 71% of our 7th grade students. So it is a smaller population than typically we would have represented. But again, with the end of year and everything going on, it was very challenging.
So were these done at home or were these done in person? For online students, it was administered remotely. So they did not come in. The only test that students took in person this year who elected to be online were the ASEM2 test because the state mandated that they all come in person. Otherwise, if they were electing to be home, we did not have them come in unless it was of their choosing to do so, either because they chose to be in person for instruction or because they chose, even being online, they wanted to come in and take that assessment. But yeah, it was proctored. And that's a good point, Dr. Diaz. Yeah, those were proctored remotely for students who were online still at the end of the year. Okay, moving on. This is some of our Move On When reading data. So this is for grade levels kindergarten through 3rd grade. And again, this comparison is a little hard to make because not traditionally, the state mandates an approved screener be used for this for the benchmarks done for Move On When reading. They allowed an exception because we were not able to get the technology, have the technology available to do what we normally do, which is AimsWeb Plus at the beginning of the year. But at the end of the year, we did have it available. So we went back to using that. So the data on the left-hand side for the spring is all data that came from our AimsWeb Plus assessment and that was K through 3. On the right is the winter data, where the 2nd and 3rd grade actually came from the Galileo ELA benchmark. And the Galileo, as you know, it does wrap everything together, right? It doesn't necessarily discretely try and pull out vocabulary and comprehension, whereas the AimsWeb Plus does do that. They have specific questions to vocabulary, specific questions for comprehension, and then they also have an oral reading fluency component that is part of that. So some of the trends that you can see here in the spring, for the most part, we reduced our students who were at risk. I believe in every category for K2. And then we're also trending up in our percentage of students who were at benchmark, which means they were on grade level for those reading skills that were tested. The second biggest increase you can see was actually in 2nd grade, where we went from that 18% in students at benchmark to 33%. And that's about 1 in 3 students then that are at grade level in 2nd grade. And then our kindergartens is where we're still seeing the most students, at risk for being below grade level with their reading skills, with those specific reading skills, the letter word sound fluency and letter sound fluency. Any questions about that slide?
I've got one, Dr. Wood,
Yeah.
Carmen Trujillo here. I was just wondering if you could reiterate the spring and winter? I know you said
Sure.
winter was most likely January, but I didn't write down the other one.
Yeah, so in the fall and winter, we used Galileo ELA for second and third grade. And so that was more, again, that's a measure more of how students are doing with grade level standards, and it does encompass the skills of understanding vocabulary and comprehension, but it doesn't do it in a separate or discrete way. Whereas the AimsWeb Plus, that's an approved screener from the state. That's what we used for the spring, because we were able to get the technology in place. Well, actually, they had updated their technology so we could administer it totally via web browser, whereas before you had to download the software, and we already had tons of computers out, so we couldn't make them all come back in just to download that software at that point. So that's the difference. We used AimsWeb Plus for all grades K-3 for the spring, whereas for the winter data for second and third, it came from Galileo. Yeah.
Got it. But so for spring, will we say it's like March, April? I didn't.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so the spring AimsWeb Plus was administered actually the very beginning of May. So it started at the very beginning of May, whereas the winter was given end of December, beginning of January.
Thank you for the clarification.
And I have a question. So with the growth that we're seeing, do you attribute it to something specific? Is there, I know that we invest in the 95% group. Do you think or see evidence that that is working for our students? What would you attribute the growth to?
At this point, that's hard to make any kind of causal claims, partly because we're still at the very beginning of program evaluation for both our curriculum and some of those intervention programs. I do know that they've been working very hard with the 95% group, and that they have seen growth with those phonics skills that those are specifically targeting. Yeah, but at this point, it's hard to know what exactly to attribute that to. I mean, part of it's time, right? They've had more instruction on a lot of those skills and more time working with their teachers, also in intervention. Dr. Gonzalez?
I would reiterate that it's difficult to say, particularly given the conditions that students were experiencing the intervention with 95% group last year. It was fairly choppy. So it's difficult to say with certainty that's the reason why, but we can see particular areas, as Dr. Lloyd pointed out, with the oral fluency, that's an area that we saw growth with students. And so we can see particular areas of growth, but it's difficult to say this is the reason that we see the overall growth.
Is it, and they're two separate assessments too, right? So we wouldn't be able to look at growth because this is Galileo winter and one is the AimsWeb Plus.
Right.
So they're two different tests.
We can see for K1, but yeah, not for 2-3.
And then in these comparisons, you're evaluating to see which one we're going to implement for next year or which one is more reliable.
No,
Aligned?
we moved back to, so Galileo ELA is not an improved screener by the state for Move On and Reading. AimsWeb Plus is. So yeah, we moved back as soon as possible just to get us back into using that assessment again and using that data so that we can have, again, the data over years to look at as soon as we were able to, because the technology was available to do that in the spring.
And so I guess I'm asking like more of the big picture, what is the fate of Galileo for, if I can ask that right now, for next year?
Yeah, so part of that depends on what happens in conversations with Makisa and other partners to determine what we can use, as well as what the state requires, making sure that we have assessments that fulfill all of those mandates. And then also, but at the very top, I think is what really works and is most important to us in terms of having actionable data for our teachers to use, right? And that is one of the things that we're looking at very closely with like Galileo, like how can we really use that for instruction versus some other sources that we have. So yeah, we are still working on identifying and deliberating what's the best course of action and if, yeah, or what the fate is.
Thank you.
Dr. Lloyd,
Yes.
Carmen Trujillo here. So this is a lot for my brain, but the last thing you were just talking about, is that part of the program evaluation you were talking about, or is that something separate that everyone's kind of deciding on because we have two different systems or something new? Just kind of wanted to,
So in part, so you're talking about whether or not we'll use Galileo
well.
or what member
I
Carrillo is
didn't
speaking
really
to?
hear Mr. Carrillo's question. But I did pick up that we are using two sets of data right now, and we're trying to decide what's best for our teachers. So I just
Right.
wondered if that process was part of the program evaluation process you were talking about, or if it was something different because things are disorganized or out of.
So if
Because-
I might be able to clarify, I think I understand the confusion. In this particular slide for Move On When Reading, the state requires that we use an approved screener. And so traditionally, we've used the Ames Web Plus. However, this year, when they updated their software, they couldn't get the updated software to all of the student computers. So we had to sub something in to give data to the state. They allowed us to sub in our Galileo data at that point. So that's why what you're seeing in the winter Move On When Reading data is Galileo, and what you're seeing in the spring is the Ames Web Plus, because at that point we were able to get the approved software to do this assessment on the student computers. So that's why in this case, we're looking at two different data sets. For the program evaluation that we're talking about, that's a separate issue, but that is going to do a similar sort of assessment of looking at how is Galileo helping us to understand what students know and are able to do versus our other curriculum assessments that are available through other curriculum sources.
Okay, two quick, small follow-up questions. So how long does the program evaluation process go?
We will probably investigate this at least through the first quarter because we want to make sure that we're getting good data and that we can look at that over time to ensure that what we're seeing can be replicated and that it's valid and reliable for years to come.
Got it. And one quick reminder as to why the Galileo data wasn't reliable. Just a note I made to ask for clarification.
Yeah, so our partners from the rail office, they work with a firm that looks at the data to measure the reliability of it. And they said their term was it was too noisy. So basically that it wasn't reliable enough, partly because that data is used for teacher evaluations, right? And so to be able to give teachers a fair evaluation based on data that's not reliable, right? That's not good practice. So they did say this year that to not use that, right? That's a high stakes use of data that's not necessarily the most accurate.
Got it. Okay, it's all coming more.
And again, most of that, they've used it every year in years past, but because of, this was the first time ever that we administered it fully remotely, right? Like the fall, winter administrations were all remote. So they had to look at that data and be careful. And then they also wanted to see over time, because in order to measure reliability, you have to have multiple points of data as well. And so that's why it took them so long. I mean, we would have preferred after the first one for them to say, no, don't use it. So we didn't have to do the other ones. But unfortunately, they needed more data to make that determination.
Okay, so I'm assuming it's still a work in progress. And then okay, I think I got it now. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Dr. Lloyd, just for clarification, when you're saying reliability, there's like an actual statistical way that they're measuring this.
Correct. Yeah. There and that was something I was actually hoping to present to the board. I asked multiple times, like, can you share with me your reliability coefficients or the other statistical analysis that you did? And I never received it. Otherwise, I would be sharing that as well. Okay. We'll go forward. So This is another look at the Move On When Reading. This is looking at the schools from the fall and winter to the spring. Again, the comparisons aren't completely fair because of the different types of assessment, but just to give you an idea of where we were. So the fall is the green, and you can see, and this is the percent of students at risk. So the higher the line, actually the worse it is, right? We want the line to be as low as possible when we're talking about at risk. So that green line you can see does oftentimes dip lower than the other lines. And then you see the orange line, which was winter, was above the green line, I think all the way across except for maybe one or two schools. Then the black line, you have that coming down again, meaning and that's the most recent, that's from the spring, showing that we are making improvement, getting back our students out of that at-risk category and back to where they need to be with their reading skills. Okay. So the next, I just wanted to show again the breakout by groups. And again, you see quite a difference between what our district average was, which was 62% of students at risk, versus students who receive exceptional education and English language services. And our English language students, especially, are at the highest risk and are having the most challenges with the current, with what happened this year. And again, you do see a few groups performing better than the district average. Are students who identify as two or more races or ethnicities, and students that identify as white. And then you can also see there those numbers in there, those are actual number of students. That's why when I talked about, so we actually only had 4 students that are Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander in our district that tested. Yeah, and then you can see the other numbers. And this is for K3 again.
Dr. Lloyd, I had a quick question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering if we have before or do look at the difference in scores for our English language learners at our dual language, in our dual language programs. And if there's a difference in scores there. Did that make sense?
Yeah, I haven't done that specifically. We can look, at this previous screen, you can see the students at Herrera that are English learners. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I don't know if any here can correct me. Just because you're newer. I think everyone at Herrera is participating in the dual language program. Is that correct? At certain grade levels. Okay. So there you can see at least, yeah, I'd have to do some more digging though to see if all of our K3 students that are at Herrera. So this isn't just EL, so I'd have to do some more digging to look at that. That's a good question. I can follow up with some information on that.
Okay, thank you so much.
And one other thing I'd like to mention is that our coordinator for language acquisition and I are working closely also because we know that not all students that receive English language services are the same, just as not all students who receive exceptional education services are the same. So one of the things we also want to do is make sure that we're analyzing data for students based on some of those differences, right? Like students that are more long-term have received services for 3+ years, right? To identify how they're performing versus students that have just been identified, or students that are in the beginning stages of English proficiency versus those that are more advanced. So we are doing working on making sure that's part of our analysis as well. All right. So the next set of data is from the iReady Math Diagnostic. So this is a little bit of a different type of assessment that looks more at students' proficiency with math, not just on their grade level, but on specific skill domains, like, I don't know if they show it in any of these now, but like algebraic operations, and all across the spectrum from grade kinder through 12. And so it gives us a better idea of where they're at overall across the spectrum, and it identifies specific domains and skills that students need to help us understand what we can do to improve and help students with those areas that they need support with. So this is a comparison of the fall and the spring. You will notice that the students assessed is lower. Part of that is because of this comparison on the left-hand side only shows students that took both the fall and the spring. Our percentage of students that actually took the spring is actually fairly high. It was at almost 90%. And you can see here the green bars for the spring or the green bars is larger, meaning that we had more students moving into that on or above grade level. And then our red shrinked, which that's definitely what we want, because the red is actually students who are testing at 2 or more grade levels below. And our yellow stayed about the same. And then on the right-hand side, you can see that's just making a comparison of the percent of students who were green in that green category from fall to spring based on different grade levels. And you can see that overall the yellow, which is from May, that we had a lot more students placing on or above grade level than we did in the fall. And so that's promising in terms of the work that we've been able to do to move more students to placement that's aligned with their grade level. Any questions about that slide? And again, next year we'll know more, right? This year is our first year doing this, and so we'll be able to see more in terms of making year-by-year comparisons. You have something, Dr. Weeks?
Yes, I stand corrected. Herrera is at all grade levels for dual language.
Say that again?
Herrera is dual language at all grade levels.
Okay,
Mhm.
awesome. And that'll still take some digging to look at how many they have, right? And their specific percentage of at risk versus other students or proficient or mastery. So I would do it. And we do see, just so you're aware, our greatest growth there was really in our kinders and in sixth grade. And we did have a little stagnation in our first grade in terms of students moving to the on or above grade level. And here's another view. This is by school. And just so you're aware, Shaw, I did include Shaw, but Shaw only had one class that participated and used iReady this year. I did want to celebrate it though, because they used it. So I wanted to report that class that did it. And they're excited, and actually they're planning on using iReady for K-8, right? Correct. Yeah, next year. And then here you can see at several schools we had them improve students moving into that on grade level or above, the green group, by more than 10%. We even had a couple there that improved over 20%. You can see at Magnet and Shaw.
I have a question on
Yeah.
that. I think this is an overall kind of comment / question, also taken into the AZ merit data. It seems that there are trends with certain schools where there is either very minimal growth or significant declines. What are we doing as a district to support these specific schools? And at what point do you reevaluate leadership? I know that's a tough conversation, but if we're seeing historical trends of the same pattern, at the end of the day, our students need change.
Dr. Gonzalez?
Madam President, we are, this year, we're starting a new program where we're going to embed ourselves on the campuses with the principals, not only to look at this historical data together, but also to understand why this is occurring and to really drill into, is it a lack of using the curriculum with fidelity? Is it something else? We need to understand why that pattern is occurring and then find out what we can do to interrupt that pattern, because you're right, our children need change and they need change quickly. So we're not going to just let this go and wait for more data. We're embedding ourselves as supports to the schools, but primarily to the school leaders, so that we can understand what's happening, give them examples of how to interrupt that, and then work with the teachers and the staff on the site to change. And if we're still not seeing results at that point, we will be able to make some changes based on what we're seeing, and we'll have many, many eyes to be able to corroborate that and to substantiate why that's necessary.
Yeah, our data, and I understand that this is a wild year and there's just so many variations, and it's not like we can't truly compare, but right now there's a lot to celebrate, but we, in some senses, are still proving statistics correct. And I know, we all know that our students, all of them are capable of so much. And I really want us to take these proactive measures to do whatever it is that we need to as a district to ensure that our students are excelling and surpassing the state averages. And it's not all about grades or test scores, of course, but let's get creative. What can we be doing?
And I will say, in the terms of celebration at our recent leadership team summit, our principals are right there with you. They're eager to see opportunities to grow and to find solutions that they haven't been able to use before. So I think this is going to be a great year for us to look at this as our benchmark and where do we jump from here. And our principals are ready and eager to do that and ready to roll up their sleeves and investigate with us.
That's wonderful to hear. And I know, I can't speak for the entire board, but I'm pretty sure everyone would say like we're supportive of trying things out and doing whatever is needed to help make your jobs a little bit easier, or, provide the support that you guys need for this.
Thank you.
Well, and I want to thank the board's support over the years too, in supporting the strategic plan, the curriculum audit, and helping us lay the foundation for where we are today, adopting curriculum, things that we didn't have in the past. I realize that this is kind of some baseline data, and doing baseline work in the middle of a pandemic is frustrating. And so, but recognizing that we have learned some significant lessons during this COVID year, and to be able to leverage those lessons for the benefit of students, I think is critically important. I think it kind of goes along with what you're saying in terms of being creative, Dr. Diaz. And Dr. Gonzalez is absolutely correct. The principals are ready. When we take a look at the Kenilworth numbers, they started slow, but they jumped about 19%. And so as we look for nuggets in celebrations in our data, we want to make sure that we're recognizing the hard work of our teachers too during this very difficult year.
One point to that, Dr. Weeks, are we taking a deep dive into the schools that are doing well to see if there are practices that perhaps can be scalable?
Yes, we have. And so Montessori, whatever practices might be transferable, is something that we can take a look at. Magnet's a little easier dive. Then I would take a look at some of our other Title I schools to see where there are successes and where there could be what we call knowledge sharing, right? And our principals do come together to share information, collaborate on data and strategies. And then, of course, we have the collaborative team meetings where our teachers come together and share ideas and resources and information among each other. And that's turned out to be pretty powerful.
Carmen Trio, I did have a thought. I am a social worker by nature. So my immediate thought is also we need to be looking at what's going on at home and making sure those supports are in place, which is circles back to lots of community building, just really paying attention to each. Our population and our neighborhoods are so different. They just vary on the scale that's too big for my head sometimes, but I just wanted to throw that in there, that it is an important part that, you know, some of this might not even be our schools and our teachers, not to be dismissive of it, but there's just always stuff going on at home. So thank you guys.
Well, and I will add to that, thanks to your support again, you recently had approved a family engagement coordinator position at the district level, as well as having those positions available at every site through our ESSER grant. And we see that as a great opportunity to really expand our community and family outreach to ensure that our families are getting the resources and the supports that they need so that our children can come to school prepared and ready to learn. And we know that it takes a team effort, so we're very excited about this opportunity as well.
Yeah, and I think if we're looking for nuggets, it's prudent to celebrate the board and their approval of the additional social workers that we have on campus. I mean, we're a district that's fortunate to have almost 2 social workers per campus. And so that's kind of rare in today's public education. And that's directly connected to the support of the governing board.
I had one quick question for Dr. Gonzalez. Can you briefly expand on what embedding into the campuses will look like?
Very briefly, I will share what we have are members of the curriculum and instruction and assessment team working in teams, visiting campuses, doing walkthroughs with the school administrators, sitting with them after their leadership team meetings, helping them to debrief the information that they're getting. Looking at a walkthrough, I should explain, is a classroom visitation where you walk into the classroom together and you are looking for key behaviors in the classroom and key identifiers of quality instruction and student learning. So we'll be able to gather that data and look at trends that we see across the district by grade level, by school, by teacher, by department, or by content area. And we'll be able to then start developing trends and patterns that we can see. We'll also work with the principals on how to have crucial conversations with people that we know need to make changes, but for whatever reason, whether it's a will or a skill issue, are not making those changes. And then as we understand where the skill areas are, we can provide specific professional development for those people who need it so that we can develop skill. And where it's will, it's the coaching conversations to help them understand how to make those changes, whether it's a change in profession or a change in teaching behaviors. We don't know yet, but that's part of what we will be working with our principals to be able to do. So we'll have teams at every site, and throughout the course of the year, we'll continue to rotate so that we have a variety of different eyes on the schools. And by the end of the year, every one of us will have been in every one of the schools for at least 3 months.
Thank you. And is this something new that we're doing then?
It is brand new.
Thank you.
Dr. Vink, I would say that walkthroughs by district office staff during the coaching years was something that was frequent. And then walkthroughs from some of the directors and of course the executive team is ongoing. But this particular focus with this particular schedule, Dr. Gonzalez is right. This is a much more aggressive schedule than what we've seen over the last probably 3 or 4 years.
Dr. Weeks, you said during the coaching years. Can you tell me what that means?
There was a period when the district had substantially more Title I funds, and there were lots of coaches, district level coaches that would go out and provide supports to teachers. And so during those years, subsequent to those years, those coaches were asked to return to the classroom. And but before that period.
Do we know when, do you recall when that stopped?
I want to say somewhere around 2016, because it was just after the big drop in title funds during the last census. Title allowed us after the drop in census numbers to retain our title funding until about 2015, 2016.
So now we're going to move on to talking a little bit about the growth that we've seen in iReady. I'm going to share with you today what information comes from iReady. I am working on identifying a growth to proficiency model and indicators that we can use to really help us hone in on whether or not the growth that we're seeing is actually helping students get closer to that goal of being on grade level. Because as much as we love what they provide for us, the typical growth that I'm going to show you here, a student that reaches that typical growth goal won't necessarily be closer to being on grade level when they start the next year. They will have grown, but they're still going to be, most of the time, they're still going to be between 10 to 12 points lower than they need to be on grade level. And that won't change from year to year, partly because the typical growth that's showing here is based on a national norm average. So the typical growth comes from a typical student that's 3 grade levels or more below, for example, in 3rd grade. So looking at all the 3rd graders that are at that level and seeing how much they grew for the previous 5 years and saying, okay, right in the middle, how much is it that they grew? Okay, and those students aren't necessarily growing closer to being on grade level. So while it is a measure of growth, it doesn't necessarily tell us if students are going to be more proficient by the end of the year. The stretch growth that you see on here is an indicator that does tell us how they're doing in terms of growing towards proficiency, but the stretch growth, most often that's calculated based on how much a student would need to grow in 2 to 4 years to be on grade level. And so it's still not as precise as I think we can be and need to be in terms of determining students who are growing at the rate that they need to get closer and to be on grade level. So this is what I have to share today. I'm saying we're going to do better. That's basically what I'm trying to share. And what this says, so in the bottom left, you see the progress to annual typical growth. This is across the district. What it's saying is our students on average were able to grow 46% of the typical growth for where they started and the grade level that they were at. So they grew about half of the typical growth, which again is calculated based on previous year's data, right? And this year was not a typical year. I did not get a report from them yet saying, how does this compare to this year, right? Because it's hard to compare to previous years. But if I get more information on that, I will share. And then in the middle, you see again, a distribution of that typical growth. where the percent of students that grew, for example, 19% or less, made 19% or less of their typical growth, that is actually our biggest column. And that is not where we want students to be. We want them to be on that right-hand column where they met that goal of typical growth well and actually exceeded that. We have 30% of students there. So we're kind of on the edge with some of our growth in terms of quite, a lot of students not really growing as much. And then we have a percentage, about a third, that are growing as we would typically expect. And then you see in the bottom right-hand corner, again, those are students that stretch growth is talking about, students who, if they continue to grow at that rate, will be on grade level in 2 to 4 years. So we only had about 12% that met that growth goal. And again, even more that didn't meet it because that's a more ambitious goal. Any questions about the typical growth versus stretch growth? And they do have a large sample, that they use to look at how students were distributed in terms of the growth that they made. But again, I think we can be more accurate in determining how our students are growing and at what rate. And this is a breakdown by school, looking again at, for example, at Capital, it had 61% or of each, of all the students at Capital, about 61%, or students made about 61% of the growth that is typical for the year. And one of the columns I like here is actually the column right after that, the MET column, because that's saying how the percent of student that did meet the typical growth for the year. So you can see we do have some schools that did better in that, such as Magnet and Shaw. Again, Shaw only had one class. That Capital was one of our other schools, and Kenilworth also, who had more students reaching that 100% of typical growth for the year. You can see the stretch growth next to that. And another important column here is this column that shows percent of students with improved placement. So that means at the beginning, it categorized students by 2 or more grade levels below, 1 or more grade level below, and on grade level or above. So this is a percent of students that moved a placement level, moved from being 2 grade levels below to maybe 1 grade level below, 1 grade level below to on grade level. So we did have more schools. We even had a school, Magnet, who had over half of their students move into, moved or improved a placement level. Kenilworth and Capital also had a good number of students who moved a placement level. And that bodes well for, with AZM2, we don't have information on this yet, but they also look at students who move, right, placement levels, and that gives us a certain number of points when calculating letter grades. So that is an indicator that helps us looking at that. Any questions about this slide? All right, so next we're going to move on to AZM2. And again, remember the context. So this year, let me get to my notes for this slide. So this year we were remote for almost nearly all of our instructional days. And we had a different mode of instruction than we've ever dealt with before. Obviously a lot of trauma in our communities. We were dealing with mitigation, and even when students were back in person. Also, this was the first and only test really this year, major test that was given in person to all students as well. So all those factors really shape this as a very different context for this year. And so that's why you see there are colors, for example, for the previous years, because that's a comparison of, so you can kind of see how we did at different grade levels. But I did not color for this year, purposefully, because again, I believe some of those comparisons are not accurate, trying to make those. So these are our AZM2 results by grade for ELA and math. You can see the math is on the left-hand side, and that's definitely where we were harder hit. ELA was also hit hard, but our math has dropped significantly down to a district passing rate of 10%. That means only 1 in 10 of our students at this point is performing on grade level with their math. And you see it also affected very even at specific grade levels like 5th grade. One caveat, we have been talking with other districts, and we do know that there are districts like ours that have had similar drops and have some comparable results. The results are not public yet to be able to make full comparisons with other districts. So we're not allowed to share anything, but we do know in speaking with them that that this is affecting all districts and districts like ours in similar ways this year has. One other thing about the context as well, typically you have to have a 95% test rate. That's the goal that the standard that the state sets. This year, the state average participation rate was 78%. So again, that's about 10,000 students per grade level that were missing from the tested population. So that also obviously is going to change, especially depending on the demographics of those 10,000 per grade that are missing. The results that we see in the state averages that are there on the side. And again, in comparing the state and our district, you do see the state oftentimes dropped in a similar way, though our district did drop in many grade levels, had a greater decline than the state did. Any questions about this slide?
I don't have a question. I expected the data to not be something that we would be, I expected the data to be a little bit off. There's a lot more of a decrease than I expected. And again, I am taking into account all of the variables here. So for me personally, I think that my expectation is that we will grow significantly this spring. And my hope is that all of these new practices we're embedding and resources will support that, because we need to be back to at least surpassing 2019 levels. So.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely has to be a year of growth, and that is definitely part of our plans and our goals, is to make this the year that we grow more than any other year. And we're actually working on, I know some schools already have it, what their growth was. And once we get growth data from the state showing how many students grew in different ways, for AZM2, we'll be able to tell them, like, based on last year and this year, and what they can do to surpass their best year of growth, because I think they all have that goal to surpass best year that they've had of growth in this coming year.
Yeah, and it would be interesting too, just because our decrease is so significant, even more so than the state. It would be interesting to see for comparable districts, what is the gap in between their best and COVID year, and are we, much further behind than that, because we are with the state in general. So, but again, I know that this is a learning year. So.
Yeah. And that data will be available later in the fall to be able to make those comparisons with similar districts and really dive into that. And that's something that I can share with the board in a board update, or however I'm asked to do so. And one of the things too, Dr. Diaz, to your point, that is one of the reasons I did not necessarily put up all the years to make a comparison with this year, but to see where we were and like you're saying, where we at least want to get back to. And so you can see what the trends have been before this. So I wanted to make sure you were kind of that historical data. And that is why that was presented and is being presented. So here is a comparison by school. The previous was by grades. And you can see, again, similar trends in math, really a sharp decline for most grades or for most schools, and less of a decline in ELA, with some being in single digit declines, whereas almost everywhere else it's double digit declines.
Do we have any idea what's going on at Dunbar? That is very shocking.
I would say that we could bring back a separate report specific to Dunbar or provide a board update to Dunbar regarding Dunbar.
And if it goes back to the social and emotional supports that are needed, what can we do as a district to provide more of those wraparound services? So
There might be more going on than
yeah.
that. Sometimes the design of the school has an impact on outcomes.
I'm going to go ahead and move on. Next slide. So in this slide, this breaks down further the data into the proficiency levels that students fell into. So this is similar, to what you've seen before from like a Galileo, where it shows whether they're 1, 2, 3, or 4, which correlates to being minimally proficient, which is below grade level, partially proficient, which is near, proficient, which is on, and highly proficient, which is above grade level. And you can see those orange bars for the most part are much larger than anything else, meaning that we have a lot of students with room to grow, a lot of students still at the beginning stages of their proficiency with grade level standards. And then we also see in the partially proficient that we have between 10 to 29% of students who are progressing towards grade level proficiency. But for almost all schools, it's less than 10% of our students for math who are, or 1 in 10 students about who are proficient on grade level standards. And ELA, as we talked about before, is better than math, but we still have a majority of our students fall within that minimally proficient category, 2/3 at most schools. And then we have between 14 to 22% of our students that are getting closer to the grade level standards. And then again, slightly better in our proficiency, having between 1 out of 5 to 1 in 10 students being on grade level for ELA at most schools. Any questions about those 2 slides? And hope the codes at the bottom for the schools didn't throw you off. They're still in alphabetical order. It was just a lot easier to fit them all on the slide. And I've seen that at other districts. All right, and this is a comparison of different groups. And again, we see the same trend with, here with our students who receive English language services and exceptional education services. I was asked this year to get some information on our homeless population and how they did. And so that is why we have that for 2021. I wasn't able to run those same reports for previous years, just so you can see that group. And then we do have, again, a couple of groups are students who identify as Asian and as white that are above the district average and closer to the state average. While we have other groups that are performing lower than the district average and much lower than the state average, both ELA and math.
And how many homeless students would you say we have?
So I actually, this was a slide that I needed to update and add the number in. I believe it's near 60 for the homeless students. And our EL population that tested are students who receive English language services. That was near, I believe it was near 520. I can't remember off the top of my head exceptional education, students who receive exceptional education, but I can send that slide again to all of you in a board update with the numbers of students. I apologize, that wasn't there.
I just had one maybe data point of interest, and your team can decide whether would be useful for anything or not, but just looking at maybe the age of our students. I know redshirting was popular and has been popular, and whether we have more students entering early, or whether we have, just looking at the age of the students at each grade may be interesting.
Would you want to see, Dr. Vink, in looking at age students who are maybe like divide them into categories like they're in the older half of the age for that grade level and younger half, or are there any other ways?
I mean, you can look at it however you want. I think what came to mind was just knowing that we have a new curriculum and wondering if our teaching practices are developmentally appropriate, wondering if the state average students there's more students being redshirted. Didn't really flesh it all out, and wondering if maybe it could be interesting.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if I could get ages in some other districts with to make, because I think that could be an interesting comparison. I don't know. I could see about that if once those become public. Any other questions or comments about slides? This is actually, well, my last data slide.
I just had a comment. I just wanted to thank you for all of the analysis that you've provided and the thought that's being put into figuring out how do we improve, how do we get creative. And I'm really looking forward to seeing and hearing the updates throughout the year. So thank you.
I have a comment too. Thank you for putting this together. It does force us to take a needed look at our assessments and the impact that's going to have on our district. We know it can impact our financial state. We know it can impact our student enrollment, or the perception that parents look at the school district, and just for here to see it, this means that you are working, the principals are working to address this these assessment percentages, growth, proficiency level, all of that. And I think what stands out to me is in terms of strategies, I know you guys are you all are the experts, Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Lloyd, and are figuring this out. And what stands out to me is just strategies to focus on the obvious racial opportunity gaps that exist here in assessments. When we look at race, and I would like to see a strategy focused on that, addressing that. And then two more things, just as was mentioned earlier, I think by Dr. Gonzalez, was the specific schools and offering the supports that they need, meeting them where they're at. I know that we see this and we can see a comparison, but looking at the recent year and saying, this is where you're at, and let's see what support, because as a board, yes, we want to support them. If we have that expectation, then the focus is on us to support them to get to exceed and meet those expectations. And the last one is, for me, is looking at Capital, the area that it's in, and seeing the performance there is awesome. And Magnet 2 and Kenilworth 2 is I don't know what the collaboration looked like in 2021 in this past year and in 2020, but I think a great strategy would be that collaboration between the principals, especially those who are able to show growth, have been showing growth to support other principals and other campuses. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Carrillo.
I just want to say thank you. Go ahead, Carmen.
I just was wondering.
Yeah.
You mentioned that we're looking to have this come consistently in the future. I just wondered what that part looked like. Is that even on the radar right now of how often we might be looking back at this data, not to overwhelm you guys, but just what the general idea was?
We'll have more detailed reports available from the state to look at our AZ Merit data by the end of September. So our hope is that we're able to come to you quarterly and bring you not only AZM2 data, but also to really look at the progress assessments that we're using. And we'll be able, as we're going through and embedding ourselves in the schools and doing the walkthroughs, we'll also have trend data to share with you in that regard as well. So you're going to see a lot of data-focused conversations that are helping us to understand what's happening, and then to help us understand what are the creative solutions that we can employ to make sure that we are that phoenix that's rising.
I like that Phoenix is rising. Oh, I thought maybe you had another comment. Brant, thanks a lot for the data. You put a lot of hard work in this. I like the way your mind thinks, right? In terms of presenting and communicating the data is very clear and transparent. I want to thank the board. This is not easy data to look at, but it takes a lot of courage to be transparent. Not every district is going to do what we've done tonight in support of providing that high level of transparency to the community that we did. And I think that's a celebration by itself. It does force us to focus on the identity of why we're here, and the realization that once we get back to the new school year and beyond, Dr. Diaz, to your point, snapping back to what was is not an option. Reinventing public education, focusing on student growth and subsequent achievement, and doing our very best to be thinking outside the box is where our focus needs to be. Leveraging the lessons that we learned during the COVID time, but not being like I would say some of the leadership in our state would like to see us snap back to what was. And I think you're going to see Phoenix Elementary pushing back tooth and nail to make sure that we don't return to the same problems and concerns that we had before we got to COVID. And so I just wanted to make that very clear for anybody, any lawmaker who might be listening.
Any final comments, Dr. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Dr. Lloyd. It was a fantastic presentation. And thank you to our governing board and superintendent for helping to have the faith and the optimism in us to be able to courageously pursue what we need to do to make sure that our students are all successful and that our schools are pinnacles of hope for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
So with that, can I please have a motion to adjourn to executive session?
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Do I have a second? Is
Would you call a second?
there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, we will adjourn to executive session at 7:43 PM.
Dr. Diaz, did you want to take 5 before we head in?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break and return at 7:48, please.
Dr. Weeks, is there another link for me?
Yes, I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your patience. We will go ahead and resume regular session at 9:36 p.m. And we'll move on to item F1. Are there any board reports or requests? Okay, hearing none. Are there any future agenda items? Okay, hearing none, the meeting is adjourned at 9:37 p.m. Thank you guys and hope you have a good night.